Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. This is volume 183 of our true crime stories for sleep. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that these stories involve real people and real tragedies. They are shared not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and help raise awareness of warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's begin tonight's first story. Tonight we're going to talk about a case that shook Atlanta in the early 90s. A story about trust, betrayal, and the devastating consequences of living two different lives. So settle in, get comfortable, and let me tell you about Sarah Tokores and the man she thought she knew. This is a longer story, one that unfolds slowly. So just relax and listen. There's no rush. We're just here together, and I'm going to walk you through what happened one autumn night in Georgia, many years ago. Sometimes the stories that haunt us most are the ones that start with hope. And Sarah's story began that way, with optimism, with dreams of something better. Sarah Ambrisco grew up in a comfortable suburb of Buffalo, New York. Her father was a doctor, well respected in their community, the kind of man people could depend on. Sarah had 5 sisters, and together they formed a tight-knit family. The Ambriscos were the type of family where everyone showed up for each other, where warmth and support weren't just words but lived experiences. Sarah was a cheerleader in high school. She had that natural energy that drew people in. You know the type, someone who could make even mundane moments feel special. She carried that enthusiasm with her when she moved to Florida after graduation. Became an elementary school teacher. She loved working with kids. It seemed like her life was taking shape exactly as it should. In 1981, Sarah got married for the first time. She'd met a man who owned a health club in Atlanta while she was on vacation in Florida. It seemed romantic at the time. She moved to Atlanta for him, even worked as an aerobics instructor at his club. But the marriage didn't last. He wasn't faithful, and Sarah's heart broke a little with that realization. Still, she wasn't the type to give up. She picked herself up, moved in with one of her sisters in Dunwoody, and got a job as a marketing director for a nightclub called Elan. Atlanta was a big city, fast-paced and full of energy. Sometimes it felt lonely, being so far from her family back in Buffalo. Her parents now retired in Florida, but Sarah adapted. She always had. Then one evening in 1984, while watching the local news, she saw a face she recognized. A prosecutor was giving a statement about a murder trial. His name was Frederick Tokars, but everyone called him Fred, and Sarah knew him. They'd gone to the same high school back in Buffalo, grown up in the same comfortable suburb. There was something about seeing that familiar face in this unfamiliar city. It reminded her of home, of simpler times. An impulse. Sarah reached out, called him. That phone call turned into a date. The date turned into a relationship, and on July 26, 1985, they got married in a judge's chambers. Nothing elaborate. Sarah had wanted a church wedding, but she compromised. She thought she'd found what she was looking for. A good man. Someone stable. Someone who put bad guys in jail. The kind of man her father had been. Dependable and decent. Fred was tall, slender, not classically handsome, but with what people described as a sensitive face. He'd worked as an accountant before going to law school at night. By the time he met Sarah, he was an assistant district attorney in Fulton County. He had ambition. He was always telling stories about his cases, always making himself the hero of those stories. Sarah's sister Chrissy remembered later how Fred would regale them with tales of his work, painting himself as this crusader for justice. And Sarah believed in him. She thought she'd finally found the stability she'd been seeking. Within 3 years, they had 2 sons. Ricky was born first, then Mike 2 years later. Sarah poured herself into motherhood. She was the kind of mom who volunteered at school, who showed up for every event, who made her boys feel like they were the center of her universe. Because in many ways, they were. But marriages are complicated things, aren't they? They're built on trust, on communication, on showing up for each other. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, Fred stopped showing up. It started when he left the district attorney's office. 1987 or 88, somewhere around there, Fred decided to open his own private practice. Criminal defense work, tax fraud cases, divorce cases. It was around this time that things started to change. Fred was gone more often. Working late, he said. Always working. Sarah noticed that his clients often paid in cash. Large amounts of cash. She worried the money was dirty, but Fred didn't talk to her about his work anymore. That window into his professional life, the one that had been open when they first met, had quietly closed. The house they'd bought needed repairs. Normal stuff. Things break, things need fixing. But Fred wouldn't spend money on repairs. And after Sarah stopped working to focus on raising their sons, Fred took complete control of the family finances. Sarah wasn't allowed her own checking account, no credit card in her name. If she needed money for groceries for the boys, for anything at all, she had to ask Fred. Actually, she had to make an appointment with him. Plead for funds to cover basic household expenses. Sarah's family noticed the changes in her. She seemed lonely. She talked about Fred being absent, about feeling like a single parent. Her father and sisters heard the quiet desperation in her voice when she called. She mentioned divorce more than once. Not loudly, not dramatically, but as though she were testing the words, seeing how they felt in her mouth. What Sarah didn't fully understand yet was who Fred had become. Or maybe who he'd always been. Fred had rented office space from another criminal defense attorney, Murray Silver. Silver would later say that Fred always wanted to make fast money, and Fred found it, but not through legitimate means. He'd started representing drug dealers, not just representing them, laundering money for them. He had connections to nightclubs, trendy places with names like Diamonds and Pearls, and Dion's Club 21, partially owned by the famous athlete Deion Sanders. These clubs looked legitimate on the surface, but Fred was using them and other businesses as fronts. Federal prosecutors would later allege that Fred was part of a cocaine trafficking network, moving drugs from Miami and Los Angeles into Georgia. The operation was violent. They used kidnapping, torture, and murder to protect themselves from arrest and prosecution. Fred wasn't just a lawyer who bent the rules. He was deeply embedded in organized crime, and Sarah had started to figure it out. Sometime in 1992, Sarah found documents, papers that showed money laundering schemes, offshore bank accounts, connections to Fred's drug dealing clients. Her suspicions were confirmed. The man she'd married, the man she'd built a life with, the father of her children, was a criminal. Sarah made a decision. She was going to leave him. She was going to divorce him, and she was going to make sure he didn't get custody of their sons. She even talked about going to the authorities, about turning over what she'd found. She told her sisters, she told friends she was afraid that Fred had become paranoid and controlling, that she felt trapped. What Sarah didn't know was that Fred was already planning her murder. Fred had a business associate named Eddie Lawrence. Eddie was a real estate developer, but he was also involved in Fred's shadier dealings, and Fred had leverage over Eddie. Debts, business complications, the kind of pressure that makes a man feel he has no choice. In 1989, Fred had increased Sarah's life insurance from $250,000 to $1,750,000. That's a significant amount. At the time, Sarah probably thought it was just prudent financial planning, but Fred was already thinking ahead. By 1992, Fred had decided Sarah knew too much. She was going to expose him, destroy his business, his reputation, everything he'd built. He couldn't let that happen, so he approached Eddie Lawrence with the proposition, $25,000, plus a portion of the life insurance money. All Eddie had to do was kill Sarah. Fred had it all planned out. Initially, he suggested doing it in his office, said he could cover it up because of his connections. Eddie refused. Fred then said it should happen in their home, staged to look like a burglary gone wrong. Eddie, despite being an addict and a criminal, wasn't a killer. He didn't want to do this, but Fred threatened him, told him he'd destroy Eddie's business if he didn't comply. Fred even said, chillingly, that he didn't care who did it, as long as it got done. Eddie was trapped, so he went to someone else. A young man named Curtis Rower, only 22 years old. Curtis went by the nickname Cornbread. He had a drug problem, a criminal record, mostly minor stuff, car theft, petty crimes, but he'd never been accused of murder, until Eddie offered him $5,000 to kill a woman he'd never met. Curtis agreed. The first attempt happened just before Thanksgiving. Curtis and Eddie broke into the Tokars' home early, one morning before dawn. They knew Sarah and the boys were sleeping together in the children's bedroom. They knew the sliding glass door would be unlocked, that the alarm was off. But when they got inside, the family dog started barking. A light came on. They fled. 2 days before Thanksgiving, Sarah and the boys left to visit her parents in Bradenton, Florida. Fred met them there, flying in separately. On Saturday morning around 1:30 a.m., the security company called. A fire alarm had gone off at the house. But there was no fire. 6 hours later, another alarm. Sarah answered the phone both times. The security company was told to disconnect the alarms. Fred would later claim it was Sarah's decision, said it was even recorded on tape. But the timing was convenient, wasn't it? Right before she and the boys would be driving home alone, Fred left Florida on Saturday. He had business, he said. A meeting with a client at a prison in Montgomery, Alabama. He checked into a hotel there, establishing an alibi. Sarah and the boys stayed through Thanksgiving. It was a good visit. The Ambrisco family was warm, loud in the way large families are. Sarah's parents adored their grandsons. The boys played. Sarah probably felt some sense of peace there, surrounded by her family, away from Fred and all the tension that had built up in their marriage. But Sunday came, November 29th, 1992. Sarah packed up the boys and made the long drive back to Atlanta. It was late when they arrived home. After 10 p.m., the house was completely dark. Sarah pulled into the driveway of their home in the Kings Cove subdivision in Marietta, a suburb of Atlanta. Mike had fallen asleep in the back seat. Sarah and Ricky got out of the car, probably planning to wake Mike once they were inside. But they never made it inside. A man was waiting, Curtis Rower. He was holding a sawed-off shotgun. He forced Sarah and Ricky back into their white Toyota 4Runner, told Sarah to get behind the wheel. Mike was still asleep in the back. Curtis climbed in behind Sarah and put the gun to her head. He told her to drive. Toward the city, he said at first. But then he changed his mind, directed her to turn onto a residential street. Powers Ferry Road. A quiet area, dark at that time of night. He told her to pull over into an empty cul-de-sac. Sarah was begging by this point. She could have been pleading for anything. For everything. For her life. For her children. Trying to reason with this stranger who'd forced his way into their lives. She tried to protect Ricky. One account says she pushed him toward the floor of the car, trying to shield him from whatever was about to happen. Then Curtis fired. Point-blank range. The blast hit Sarah in the back of the head. The sound must have been deafening in that confined space. The car was still in gear. As Sarah slumped forward, her foot came off the brake. The vehicle rolled across the road and came to rest in a nearby field. Curtis jumped out and ran. Ricky was 6 years old. 6. And he was covered in his mother's blood. Brain matter was on his head, in his hair. But he reached over and turned the key in the ignition, stopping the engine. Then he opened the back door and pulled Mike out. Mike was 4. He'd woken up to chaos, to his brother crying, to the smell of gunpowder and blood. Ricky took Mike's hand. Together they ran across a dark field toward lights they could see in the distance. They were crying, terrified, but Ricky held Mike's hand the entire time. When they reached a house, Ricky pounded on the door. A man answered. He saw immediately that something was wrong. There was blood on Ricky, that mixture of blood and white matter. The boys were screaming. "Our mom's been shot," they said. "A bad man shot our mom." The people in that house called 911. Some of them ran to where the boys had pointed, toward the white SUV sitting in the field about 120 yards away. When they opened the driver's side door, Sarah's body slumped out. They caught her, pushed her back into the seat, but she was gone. There was nothing anyone could do. Ricky asked if they could call his grandfather. His grandfather was a doctor, you see. Ricky thought that meant he could fix anything. He thought his grandfather could make his mom better. The police arrived at the scene. At first, they thought maybe it was a robbery gone wrong. Random violence. Atlanta had its share of crime, after all. But as they began investigating, things didn't add up. Sarah had no criminal connections, no risky behavior. She was a devoted mother, active in her church and her children's school. Her purse had been taken, but nothing else was touched. Why would a robber follow them home, force them to drive away, then shoot her on a quiet residential street? It didn't fit the pattern of a robbery. The detectives wanted to talk to Fred. Standard procedure. When a spouse is murdered, Fred was located at his hotel in Montgomery. Later that evening, Florida police went to the Ambresco home in Bradenton shortly after midnight to deliver the news. So when police finally spoke with Fred, he seemed hysterical, crying uncontrollably. That was understandable. His wife had just been murdered. But as they tried to interview him, to get details, to walk through the house to see if anything was missing or different, Fred became uncooperative. He wouldn't walk through the house with investigators. He was babbling, hard to understand. It seemed odd, but grief affects people differently. Sarah's family, though, they had plenty to tell investigators. They told them about Sarah's fears, about how she'd said Fred was moody, paranoid, oppressive, about how he controlled all the money, about the sleazy clients, the cash payments, the documents Sarah had found, about how Sarah had talked about divorce, about going to the authorities. The investigation moved forward. Less than 3 weeks after Sarah's murder, police arrested Eddie Lawrence. He'd been writing bad checks, and when they brought him in for questioning about those, they also asked about Sarah. He denied everything at first, but he was charged and held. Then on December 23, 1992, 24 days after Sarah's murder, police arrested Curtis Rower. During his interrogation, Curtis asked if he could call his grandmother. The detective let him, and when Curtis hung up, he said his grandmother told him to tell the truth. So he did. Curtis confessed to shooting Sarah, but he said he wasn't the one who planned it. He named Eddie Lawrence as the man who paid him $5,000 for the job. Eddie was arrested the same day. But he wasn't talking. Not yet. Months passed. Fred proclaimed his innocence at press conferences. He appeared to choke back tears as he spoke. "I emphatically deny any involvement in my wife's murder," he said. "I became very depressed and started to think of the lifestyle that I was losing. Not only my wife, but my whole lifestyle." Those words would come back to haunt him. The way he framed it, the loss of lifestyle first, almost as an afterthought that his wife was gone. Then in July 1993, 8 months after Sarah's murder, Eddie Lawrence finally started cooperating. He told investigators everything. How Fred had hired him to kill Sarah. How Fred couldn't do it, so he'd hired Curtis. How Fred had threatened him, pressured him, offered him money and a cut of the insurance. Eddie even said that when he suggested Fred just divorce Sarah instead, Fred said that wouldn't keep her quiet. She knew too much. And when Eddie asked about the boys, Fred's response was chilling. "They'll get over it," he said. "They're 4 and 6 years old. They'll get over it." On August 17th, 1993, Fred Tokars was arrested for the murder of his wife. The case became national news. A prominent Atlanta attorney who'd hired a hitman to kill the mother of his children. The media descended. Everyone wanted to know how this could happen, how a man could do this. Behind the scenes, there was drama too. Cobb County police detectives signed a movie contract before the case was even finished, and they were fired. A local news anchor was caught making up stories about the case to drive viewership. He was fired too. The whole thing became a circus, but for Ricky and Mike Tokars, it was their life. They were living with their aunts and grandparents in Florida now, far from Atlanta and all the memories. The Ambresco family had closed ranks around those boys, determined to give them as normal a childhood as possible. In 1994, Fred was convicted on federal racketeering charges. Money laundering, conspiracy, all the things that had led to Sarah's murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Curtis Rower went to trial first for the murder itself. In 1995, when Ricky was 8 years old, he had to testify. He had to sit in that courtroom and recount the worst night of his life. The defense tried to question how he could remember the details so clearly, but Ricky held his ground. He said, "You know the first time you hit a home run? You always remember that, don't you?" Curtis was convicted and sentenced to life without parole. Eddie Lawrence eventually took a plea deal. He testified against both Curtis and Fred. In exchange, he got 12.5 years. He went into the federal witness protection program with a new identity when he got out. Fred's murder trial came in 1997. It lasted about 2 months. The trial was moved to Lafayette, Georgia, in Walker County, because the pre-trial publicity in Atlanta had been so intense. Surveys showed that over 69% of people in the Atlanta area had heard a great deal about the case. 97% of those who knew about it believed Fred was guilty. The prosecutor painted Fred as a man living a double life. Publicly, he was this successful attorney, politically connected with a beautiful family. But privately, he was a criminal who'd orchestrated what they called a crime from hell, having the mother of his children murdered in front of those same children. The defense argued Eddie Lawrence was a liar, a con artist making up stories to save himself. Bobby Lee Cook, one of Georgia's most renowned defense attorneys, represented Fred. He was theatrical in court, working himself into a fury over the sweetheart deal Eddie had gotten. But it didn't work. The jury found Fred guilty, but they didn't give him the death penalty. The vote was 10-2 in favor of death, but Georgia required a unanimous decision. 2 jurors couldn't bring themselves to vote for execution. Fred was sentenced to life in prison. Ricky and Mike never spoke to their father again. Fred wrote letters from prison, trying to reach them, but the boys wanted nothing to do with him. "He hasn't been my father for a long time," Ricky would say years later. The years passed. Ricky and Mike grew up in Florida, surrounded by their mother's family. The 6 Ambrisco sisters, Sarah's sisters, helped raise them. They were a formidable group. Those women, loving but strong, determined to give the boys every advantage Sarah would have given them. Both boys did well. Considering, Ricky became an emergency medical technician. Mike, brilliant and driven despite his trauma, got a scholarship to Columbia University in New York. He earned a master's degree in journalism. But trauma like that doesn't just go away. Mike struggled his whole life with PTSD and depression. He tried to find happiness through music and writing. Once he wrote a story for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution about his mother's death, but he ended up asking them not to publish it. It was too much, too painful. Fred, meanwhile, was in federal prison. He became a jailhouse informant, testifying against other inmates in murder cases. He helped solve 6 murders, prosecutors said. His lawyer argued he should get a sentence reduction for his cooperation. He'd even helped put 2 people on death row. But Fred's case was too notorious. No one wanted to be seen as giving him a break. He stayed in prison, held in secret custody because other inmates wanted him dead. He had a neurological disease that left him unable to walk for the last 10 years of his life. He was beaten at one point badly enough that it contributed to his decline. On May 9th, 2020, Fred Tokers died in a federal prison hospital in Pennsylvania. He was 67 years old. He'd been suffering from a fever for several days. His body was ravaged by disease, by years of confinement, by the choices he'd made decades earlier. He never admitted to what he'd done, never confessed, never showed remorse. His lawyer said Fred maintained his innocence until the very end. Maybe he actually believed it. Or maybe he just couldn't face what he'd become. A month before Fred died, Mike Tokars passed away in California. He was only 31 years old. A pulmonary embolism. Mike had been living his life, trying to move forward, but those who knew him said he never quite got over that night in 1992. He struggled his whole life, his Aunt Chrissy said. I think Fred stole that happiness from him. Another victim of that long ago night. A boy who'd lost his mother, who'd witnessed the worst thing a child can witness, and who carried that weight every day after. When Sarah's sisters heard about Fred's death, they released a statement. They said he should have died in the electric chair. 28 years earlier. The pain and suffering he'd caused those little boys, they said. And the entire family was immeasurable. And they were right. Because this isn't just a story about one night of violence. It's about the ripples that violence creates. The way it keeps hurting people long after the immediate act is done. Sarah Tukars was 39 years old when she died. A devoted mother, a loving daughter and sister, a woman who'd been trying to protect her children from a man she'd once loved. She deserves to be remembered not just as a victim, but as someone who showed courage in the face of terrifying circumstances. Ricky Tokars, who held his little brother's hand and ran for help, who testified against his mother's killer when he was only 8 years old, who said his father hadn't been his father for a long time. He's still out there, carrying on, living his life. The Ambrisco family, those 6 sisters who stepped in and raised 2 traumatized boys with all the love they could give. They're the heroes of this story, the ones who proved that even in the darkest circumstances, family can be a light, and the lesson, if there is one, is about the danger of trusting appearances. Fred Talkers looked like success. He sounded like respectability. He presented himself as someone who put criminals behind bars. But underneath that carefully constructed image was someone capable of the ultimate betrayal. Sometimes the monster doesn't look like a monster at all. Sometimes it looks like a successful lawyer with a nice house and a beautiful family. That's what makes cases like this so chilling. The call was coming from inside the house, as they say. The danger was in the person who was supposed to protect them. Sarah tried to warn people. She told her family she was afraid. She gathered evidence. She made plans to leave. But she ran out of time. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep, maybe think about Sarah. It is about her warmth, her enthusiasm, her love for her sons. Think about how she pushed Ricky toward the floor of that car, trying to shield him even in the last moments of her life. That's the kind of person she was. And if this story keeps you up a little longer than intended, that's okay too. Some stories are meant to linger. They're meant to make us think about trust and betrayal, about the masks people wear, about the importance of listening when someone says they're afraid. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight, I want to tell you about a case that really stayed with me. It's the kind of story that makes you think about family, about trust, about the complicated web of relationships that can unravel in the most unexpected ways. This is the story of Daniel Halseth, a father who tried his best in impossible circumstances, and how everything went tragically, devastatingly wrong. Take a deep breath. Let's go back to Las Vegas, Nevada, in the spring of 2021. Daniel Wendell Halseth was born on January 28, 1976, in the small town of Estacada, Oregon. Picture the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where kids grow up surrounded by pine trees and mountain air. Daniel grew up loving music. His friends and family always said he had this gift for it. Whenever there was a piano nearby, or a set of drums, Daniel would be there, fingers moving across keys, sticks in hand, creating something beautiful out of nothing. He went to Hood River Valley High School, and later earned a Bachelor of Music from Western Oregon State University. But Daniel's passion for music was matched by something else. He had this natural talent with computers, with technology. As the digital age bloomed in the 90s and early 2000s, Daniel found his calling in IT. He became a consultant, traveling across the country helping companies solve their technical problems. He was good at it, really good. But for all his professional success, Daniel was at heart a family man. He loved the outdoors, long walks where he'd stop to photograph flowers, capture the way light fell through trees, the small beauties most people walk right past. His mother, Christine, would later remember how Daniel always had a smile on his face, how he used his free time to help returning veterans, to lift people up. While studying at Western Oregon State University, Daniel met a girl named Elizabeth. She was still a senior in high school in Oregon, young and ambitious. Despite the age difference and their different places in life, they fell in love. It was quick, intense, the kind of whirlwind romance that feels inevitable. They married on July 2nd, 2001, right after Elizabeth graduated. Over the next few years, they built a family. First came their oldest daughter in 2002, then a son in 2003, and finally in 2004, their youngest daughter, Sierra. 3 children in 3 years. Daniel threw himself into fatherhood with the same dedication he brought to everything else. He was present, involved, the kind of dad who showed up. By 2006, the family had settled in Nevada, in the sprawling desert city of Las Vegas. Daniel continued his IT work, traveling when needed, but always coming home. Elizabeth, meanwhile, had developed political ambitions. She got involved in local Republican politics, made connections, learned how to navigate that world. In 2010, at just 27 years old, Elizabeth won a seat in the Nevada State Senate, becoming the youngest woman ever elected to the state legislature. It should have been a triumph, but the demands of political life are intense. Elizabeth spent legislative sessions in Carson City, more than 7 hours from their Las Vegas home. 7 hours is a long way when you have 3 young children. Daniel became a stay-at-home parent, managing the household, raising the kids while his wife pursued her career. The distance started to wear on their marriage. The time apart, the different worlds they inhabited. They tried marriage counseling. They tried to make it work. But sometimes, even with the best intentions, things fall apart. In October of 2011, something happened that would change everything. There was a dispute between Daniel and Elizabeth. The details are complicated, tangled in the he said, she said of a relationship breaking down. Elizabeth went to the police and accused Daniel of inappropriate behavior during an argument. Daniel was arrested. Eventually, he pleaded guilty to misdemeanor counts of coercion and battery. He was sentenced to 6 months probation and anger management classes. It was a mark on his record that would follow him, shape how others saw him, affect his custody rights. Daniel filed for divorce. It was bitter, painful, the kind of divorce that leaves scars. They argued over child support payments, over social media posts. Elizabeth was granted primary custody of their 3 children. In February of 2012, she resigned from her state Senate seat to focus on her children. Soon after, she moved with the kids to Alaska to be with a new boyfriend, a man who would eventually become her second husband. For Daniel, this was devastating. He could only see his children a couple of times a year. Phone calls, video chats, brief visits, where he tried to compress all his love and guidance into a few precious days. The years passed slowly. 2012, 2013, all the way through the rest of the decade. Daniel stayed in touch as much as he could, but the distance was cruel. Then, in 2020, everything changed again. Elizabeth moved back to Las Vegas with her new husband. Daniel was thrilled. Finally, he could see his kids regularly, be part of their daily lives, watch them grow up, even if they weren't living under the same roof. Sierra was 16 by then, a teenager navigating all the complexities that come with that age. And according to what Daniel would tell family and friends, she wasn't happy at home with her mother and stepfather. She started texting Daniel, telling him she didn't feel safe there. She didn't feel understood. In June of 2020, Sierra and her siblings spent time with Daniel for a summer visit. When it was time to return to her mother's house, Sierra refused. She simply would not go. A court order came down saying she had to return, but Sierra ran away, back to her father's apartment. This happened again and again through the rest of 2020. A custody battle reignited, bitter and painful, with Sierra caught in the middle. Daniel fought for his daughter. He filed motions to alter the custody agreement. There were hearings, virtual court sessions where Daniel and Elizabeth argued through screens, their lawyers present. The judge was troubled by what he sought. He said there was clearly something going on with Sierra, something beneath the surface, and he didn't know who was to blame. He pushed for therapy, for reunification efforts, for anything that might help this fractured family heal. In December of 2020, Daniel discovered something that worried him deeply. Sierra, who had just turned 16, was seeing an 18-year-old named Aaron Guerrero. More than that, they were planning to run away together to Los Angeles. Aaron came from his own complicated background. He lived with his mother, dealt with mental health issues that he wasn't always consistent in treating. He'd later admit he would pretend to take his medication. He used drugs, including LSD that he ordered from websites he wouldn't name. When Daniel found out about Sierra and Aaron's plan, he did what any concerned father would do. He forbade Sierra from seeing Aaron. He contacted Aaron's mother. Both sets of parents agreed. These kids were too young, too intense. Their plans too reckless. They needed to stop seeing each other. But forbidden love is a powerful thing, especially for teenagers who feel misunderstood, who feel like the world is against them. Sierra and Aaron didn't stop. They just went underground. Secret messages, hidden meetings, a relationship that felt to them like the only real thing in a world full of people trying to control them. Daniel tried to be a good father. He took Sierra on trips. They went to Oakland, to Boston, to Providence. He documented their time together on Facebook and Instagram. Photos of Sierra smiling, videos of his cat Orange, landscape shots of the Las Vegas Valley that he captured with his photographer's eye. He was trying. He was there, present, loving his daughter through her teenage rebellion, through the moodiness and withdrawal that had always been part of her personality. April 8th, 2021 was a Thursday. Aaron Guerrero ran away from his home that morning. He and Sierra had been planning something, though what exactly even they seemed unclear about later. They met up and went shopping together. They went to stores near Daniel's home in northwest Las Vegas. They bought a circular saw blades, bleach, lighter fluid, disposable gloves, a drop cloth. If anyone working at those stores thought the purchases were odd for two teenagers, they didn't say anything. Surveillance cameras captured them making these purchases, going from store to store, Aaron paying with cash. Daniel's mother, Christine, tried calling her son throughout the day. No answer. She texted Sierra asking about her father. Sierra responded, but the messages were evasive. He's in the shower. His phone's not working. Everything's fine, Grandma. Don't worry. What happened in Daniel's home that day and into the next is difficult to talk about. It's the kind of violence that's hard to comprehend. Daniel was stabbed, over and over and over, 70 times. 70 wounds on his body, sharp force injuries to his head, his neck, his torso. Both of his lungs were punctured. An artery in his neck was cut. There were wounds on his right shoulder, his right thigh, his wrist, his fingers, his left forearm, his left hand. Forensic investigators would later determine that many of these wounds were inflicted after Daniel was already dead. Some wounds formed a ladder-like pattern on his forearm. There was even evidence of a saw being used, an attempt to dismember the body. Aaron would later say in an interview that Sierra got a weapon first, and he always carried a weapon, and that's what led to what happened. He said it was both of their ideas, that they didn't know exactly what they were going to do, but they knew they had to do something, and it turned out terribly wrong. Sierra and Aaron claimed Daniel had been abusive, that he'd hurt Sierra, that he'd mistreated her. Daniel's family vehemently denied these claims, said they were completely false. The truth of what Daniel's home life was really like died with him that day. After the murder, Sierra and Aaron tried to cover their tracks. They used the saw they'd purchased to attempt to dismember Daniel's body. They put him in a sleeping bag. They tried to set the house on fire, pouring lighter fluid, creating a small blaze in the garage. Then they cleaned, or tried to, but blood had splattered throughout the house. It was on walls, on floors, soaking into carpet and tile. They took Daniel's blue Nissan Altima. They took his debit card. Over the next few days, they withdrew hundreds of dollars from ATMs around Las Vegas. 3 different ATMs. The transactions were flagged. Daniel's second ex-wife, Bogdana, who he'd been married to for 7 years before divorcing in 2019, still shared a joint bank account with him. When she saw the unusual activity, she tried calling Daniel. No answer. She texted. Nothing. On the morning of April 9th, Christine Helseth was increasingly worried. 2 days without hearing from her son. She called Sierra again, demanded to speak to Daniel. Sierra said he was in the shower. When her grandmother threatened to call the police, Sierra hung up. Less than 20 minutes later, surveillance cameras captured Daniel's Nissan Altima. Leaving the area, at 1:46 p.m. on April 9th, Christine called 911. She told the dispatcher her son had been missing for 2 days. His work had called, his family had called. His ex-wife had called. Nobody was answering. She mentioned the suspicious ATM withdrawals. She said there was something very wrong. Police asked Daniel's landlord and friend, Peggy Newman, to check on him. She knew Daniel well, had known him for about 10 years. She drove to his home on the 8400 block of Dunphy Court. The address was in northwest Las Vegas, near Durango and Alta Drives. When firefighters arrived, they found smoke billowing from the garage. There was a small fire, quickly extinguished. As soon as the flames died down, they saw him. Daniel's body, badly burned, stuffed in a sleeping bag. The injuries were immediately apparent. This wasn't a fire death. This was murder. Police were called. The homicide unit arrived. They found blood throughout the home. In the kitchen sink, they found pocket knives. In the living room, a chainsaw. A saw with apparent blood and tissue on the blade. Receipts from hardware store. It was a crime scene that told a story of violence and desperate amateur attempts at concealment. Daniel's body was transported to the medical examiner's office. The autopsy confirmed what investigators suspected. Over 70 stab wounds and cuts. Mutilation. Burns from head to toe. The body had been in the sleeping bag when it was set on fire. Sierra and Aaron had fled to Salt Lake City, Utah. They were together on the run, teenagers playing at being outlaws. And incredibly, they recorded a video on Sierra's phone. They were lying on the floor somewhere, Aaron with his arm around Sierra. They looked at the camera, young and seemingly carefree. "Welcome back to our YouTube channel," Aaron said, his voice light, almost joking. "Day 3 after murdering somebody." Sierra gasped, giggled. "Whoa, don't put that on camera." But Aaron continued. "It was worth it," he said. He pulled Sierra close, kissed her on the head. Then he tapped her cheek with an open palm, wrapped his hand around her throat in a gesture that was half affectionate, half something darker. They thought they were clever. They thought they were free. 4 days after Daniel's murder, on April 13th, Sierra and Aaron were found by the Salt Lake City Transit Authority. They'd bought train tickets, were planning to keep running. Surveillance footage showed them on public transportation, cuddling, talking, kissing, just 2 teenagers in love. If you didn't know what they'd done, when police approached them, it was over. They were arrested, extradited back to Nevada to face charges. When investigators looked through Sierra's phone, they found that video, the one where Aaron joked about murdering somebody, where Sierra giggled and told them not to put it on camera, where Aaron said it was worth it, the video that would become key evidence, that would be played in courtrooms, that would show the world who these 2 teenagers really were in the days after they killed Sierra's father. Daniel's family released a statement. The words were heavy with grief. Daniel Helseth was first and foremost a loving father, brother, and son, who was the heart of the Helseth family. To have him taken from us in such a horrific, savage, senseless, and violent act of murder leaves us heartbroken, and our grief is unyielding. The total lack of remorse on display in the video is both reprehensible and unforgivable. The legal process began. Sierra and Aaron were both charged with murder in Nevada. A teenager aged 16 or older is automatically charged as an adult. So at just 16 years old, Sierra would face adult murder charges. Aaron, at 18, could potentially face the death penalty, but prosecutors agreed not to seek death for Aaron. Sierra, being under 18, was not eligible for execution under Nevada law. They also faced charges of conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree arson, robbery with a deadly weapon, and 4 counts of fraudulent use of a credit or debit card. The evidence against them was overwhelming. The surveillance footage from the stores where they bought supplies, the receipts found at the crime scene, the ATM withdrawals, Daniel's stolen car, the blood throughout the house, the weapons, the attempted dismemberment, and that video, always that video. Initially, both pleaded not guilty. Their lawyers prepared for trial. But as the case progressed, as they sat in jail awaiting their day in court, something shifted. In May of 2022, both Sierra and Aaron changed their pleas to guilty. They admitted to all 9 counts against them. In the courtroom, the judge asked Sierra directly, did she plead guilty to murder because she either directly committed the offense, aided and abetted in the commission of the offense, or conspired to commit the offense? Sierra confirmed that yes, that's what she did. They agreed to plea deals. Both would receive sentences of 22 years to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the sentencing hearing in October of 2022, Daniel's family came to speak. His brother, Benjamin, set up a poster board with photos of Daniel, smiling, alive, a reminder of who had been lost. Daniel's sister, Leslie, read a statement, her voice breaking with emotion. The family said they wished Sierra had received the death penalty. They called the crime horrific, savage, senseless. Aaron Guerrero stood before the judge and apologized. He said he wasn't a monster. He talked about his mental health issues, about not taking his medication, about using drugs. He said he acted more out of impulse than what you could call love. He said he planned to have no contact with Sierra moving forward. Sierra also spoke. She claimed her father had been physically and sexually abusive to her. The family adamantly denied this, said it was completely false. Sierra offered no apology for what she'd done. The judge sentenced them both 22 years to life with the possibility of parole. They would spend decades behind bars. Sierra was sent to the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center in North Las Vegas. Aaron went to High Desert State Prison. This case raises so many questions, doesn't it? How does a 16-year-old girl end up murdering her own father? How does an 18-year-old boy participate in such extreme violence? Was it love? Was it mental illness? Was it drugs? Was it abuse, real or imagined? Was it the toxic combination of teenage rebellion and adult consequences? Aaron later gave an interview from prison. He talked about what led to the murder, though his explanations were vague, contradictory. He said Sierra got the weapon first. He said they both had the idea. He said they didn't know what they were going to do but knew they had to do something. The interviewers asked whose idea it was, and Aaron couldn't or wouldn't give a straight answer. Daniel's ex-wife, Elizabeth, now going by Elizabeth Helgelian, after remarrying, had her own complicated relationship with the case. She'd fought with Daniel over custody for years. She'd been the one to initially get primary custody after their bitter divorce. Some reports indicated the custody judge had concerns about Daniel, believed Sierra might have been experiencing something concerning in his home. But Daniel's family insisted he was a good father, a loving man who was trying his best in impossible circumstances. Elizabeth later attempted to run for political office again. Daniel's mother, Christine, wrote a scathing op-ed calling on Elizabeth to withdraw, saying she'd raised a murderer, that she'd been forced out of her Senate seat after sex scandals, that she'd proven unelectable. The old wounds, never healed, were ripped open again. The truth of what Daniel's home was really like, we'll never fully know. Sierra claimed abuse. The family denied it. Daniel isn't here to defend himself or explain. What we do know is that he loved his daughter. The Facebook posts, the photos, the trips they took together, whatever dysfunction existed in that family. And there was clearly plenty. Daniel was trying. He was showing up. He was being a father. We also know that teenage love can be dangerous. Not always. Not usually, but sometimes. When you're 16 or 18, emotions feel bigger than life. A boyfriend or girlfriend can become your entire world. The drama of forbidden love, of parents who don't understand, of feeling like it's you and your partner against everyone. For most teens, this passes. They break up, they move on, they grow up. But for Sierra and Aaron, it turned deadly. Now, years later, they sit in separate prisons. Sierra, who would be in her early 20s now, at the Women's Correctional Center. Aaron, in his early 20s too, at High Desert State Prison. They'll be eligible for parole after 22 years. That means when they're in their late 30s or early 40s, they might walk free again. Or they might spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Daniel's family is left to grieve. To remember a man who loved music, who loved nature, who loved his children. A man who traveled the country helping businesses with their technology, who used his free time to help veterans, who had a perpetual smile on his face, a man who photographed flowers on his walks, who posted videos of his cat Orange, who tried so hard to be a good father through divorce and distance and custody battles, a man who died violently in his own home, killed by his own daughter and her boyfriend, two teenagers who thought they were in love. The case of Daniel Halseth is a tragedy on every level. A father murdered, a daughter who will spend decades in prison, a family shattered, questions without satisfying answers, the kind of story that stays with you, that makes you think about how things can go so wrong, how violence can erupt from places it should never exist. Take a deep breath. Let that story settle. It's heavy, I know. These true crime cases, they're about real people, real families, real grief that doesn't have an expiration date. Daniel Halseth should still be alive. He should be in his late 40s now, maybe traveling for work, maybe still taking those long walks and photographing flowers, maybe posting about his cat on social media, maybe rebuilding relationships with his children. Instead, his story ends in a garage in Las Vegas, in fire and violence and a betrayal that cuts deeper than any physical wound. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight I want to tell you a story. It's not an easy one, but I think there's something important in it, something worth hearing. It's about a woman named Stephanie, and the life she lived and the secrets she kept hidden in the pages of a journal. You know, sometimes the most dangerous relationships are the ones that look almost normal from the outside. The ones that go on for years and years, where people stay together even though everyone around them knows something isn't right. This is one of those stories. So let's slow down, take a breath, and let me walk you through what happened in a quiet town in Wisconsin, where construction workers made a discovery that would unravel 2 decades of secrets. Stephanie Pavlons was 44 years old in the summer of 2022. She lived in Waukesha, Wisconsin, in an apartment she shared with her longtime partner, Matthew Pell. When I say long time, I mean it. These two had been together, on and off, for more than 20 years. They had an adult daughter together. They had a whole history. From the outside, you might have thought they were just another couple going through life together. But if you looked closer, if you talked to Stephanie's family, you'd hear a different story. Her mother, Georgianne, knew something wasn't right. She'd suspected for years that her daughter was being hurt, that Matthew was knocking her around, as she put it. But Stephanie kept going back to him, the way people sometimes do when they're caught in something they can't quite escape. Stephanie didn't have her own car. She worked for Matthew's house flipping business, but she didn't get a paycheck. Every time Matthew left their apartment, Stephanie had to leave too. She didn't even have a key to the place she called home. Think about that for a moment. Not even a key. And Matthew? Well, Matthew had his eyes on somewhere else. Entirely. He'd been talking to women in the Philippines. Women he was developing relationships with online. Women he told about his plans to move there, to start a new life. He talked about Stephanie to these women, but not as his girlfriend of 20 years, not as the mother of his child. He called her his co-worker, his employee, like she was just someone who worked for him. Nothing more. Now, Stephanie kept a journal. Actually, she kept more than one. There was a daily planner that covered the time from July of 2020 to April of 2021. And in those pages, she wrote down what her life was really like behind closed doors. One entry from July of 2021 said, "Another depressing and physically abusing day. I think he likes to do it. Hate my life." The next day, she wrote about getting hit hard, about a mark on her chest, about a scar. She took pictures too, photos that showed a bruised and swollen eye, red marks on her chest. Medical records later showed she'd been treated for a blown eardrum. This is the part that gets me. You know, she was documenting it all. Writing it down, taking pictures. Maybe she thought one day she'd need proof. Maybe she just needed to tell someone, even if it was only the pages of a book. She wrote that she felt trapped, that she was afraid of Matthew. Her family saw glimpses of it. Matthew wasn't welcome at her parents' house because of how he treated her. When he'd drive Stephanie over for visits, he'd drop her at the curb and drive away. Wouldn't even come to the door. But Stephanie kept staying, kept working for his business, kept living in that apartment where she didn't even have her own key. Summer of 2022. Matthew hurt his foot, needed surgery, had to go to physical therapy. And because he was injured, he needed Stephanie more than ever. She had to help him with daily tasks, had to take care of him. His plans to move to the Philippines got derailed by that injury. He needed her, and she was stuck. On the morning of August 23rd, Matthew had an appointment at the Orthopedic Associates Clinic in Pewaukee. Surveillance cameras at a nearby gas station captured Stephanie getting into Matthew's truck that morning. She was carrying a pink water bottle and a black purse. Just another morning, right? Another trip to the doctor. Matthew arrived at the clinic around 9:15 in the morning. But here's something strange. He didn't check in for his appointment until 9:34. That's a gap of about 16 minutes. 16 minutes where nobody knows exactly where he was, or what he was doing. His phone pinged near the clinic, so he was in the area. But what was he doing for those 16 minutes? After his appointment, there's another gap. 20 minutes this time. Again, no one quite knows where he was. What we do know is this. Matthew returned to the apartment later that day. Surveillance cameras in their apartment building captured him coming back with that pink water bottle, the same one Stephanie had been carrying. A little while later, he's seen carrying a plastic shopping bag. Inside that bag, Stephanie's black purse. Stephanie herself. She never came back. So here's where it gets even stranger. Stephanie disappeared on August 23rd, but nobody reported her missing. Not Matthew. Not right away. Her parents hadn't heard from her, but it wasn't completely unusual for there to be gaps in communication. On August 25th, Stephanie's mother texted her about a package that was waiting for her. No response. That's when her mother started to worry. But still, no one knew where Stephanie was. Matthew, he was busy. 3 days after August 23rd, on August 26th, he started searching online for something specific. He searched for Stephanie Pavlon's obituary. Think about that. He was looking for her obituary before anyone even knew she was missing, before her body had been found. 15 days before anyone would discover her remains. He kept searching, over and over. Stephanie Pavlon's obituary, like he was checking to see if the news had broken yet. On September 9th, before anyone knew Stephanie was missing, he searched for dead body found by construction crew. The very next day, September 10th, his search got even more specific. Dead body found by construction crew. And here's something else that's chillin'. On September 11th, messages started getting sent from Stephanie's Facebook account. But Stephanie was already gone by then. Someone with access to her phone and her accounts was sending messages, making it look like she was still alive. Meanwhile, between March and June of 2022, 380 messages had been deleted from Stephanie's device. Between August and September, 93 more entries were deleted. Someone was covering their tracks. September 9th, 2022. 17 days after Stephanie was last seen alive, a construction crew was working in a wooded area near Gulf Road in the town of Delafield. They were putting up no trespassing signs for Pro Healthcare on a piece of property they owned. It was a secluded area, tucked away, bounded by a busy frontage road and interstate on one side, a golf course and health center on another. Not the kind of place you'd stumble across unless you had a reason to be there. One of the workers smelled something. Something terrible. They looked closer and saw what they first thought was a Halloween skeleton. That's how the prosecutor later described it. Like one of those decorations you'd see in someone's yard in October. But this wasn't a decoration. The worker called 911. Yeah, we were putting up signs for Pro Healthcare on their lot, and we smelled something and saw there's a dead guy back here. For a long time, so the body was so badly decomposed that there was almost nothing left. No soft tissue. No flesh. Just bones. There was no cell phone with the body. No purse. No identification. Nothing to tell investigators who this person was. Detective later testified that if the construction workers hadn't pointed out exactly where the body was, it would have been almost impossible to find. It was that well hidden. The medical examiner who responded to the scene had a heartbreaking task ahead. The body was in what they called an accelerated state of decomposition. They eventually identified the remains as Stephanie Pavlon's. But here's the thing that would make this case so difficult. They couldn't determine how she died. The condition of the body was too far gone. Cause of death? Undetermined. Manner of death? Undetermined. What they could determine was when she died. August 23rd, 2022. The same day she was last seen getting into Matthew's truck. The same day she never came home. Once they knew who she was, investigators talked to her family. Her parents said they hadn't heard from Stephanie in nearly 3 weeks. They told police about her relationship with Matthew, about how it had gone on for more than 20 years, how it was turbulent, on and off, sometimes violent. They told investigators they thought Stephanie was being abused. Detectives started looking closer at Matthew. They searched his truck, his Toyota Tacoma, on September 20th. They did presumptive blood tests on 3 areas inside the truck. All came back negative. They used luminol in the truck bed. There was some illumination, some indication that something might have been cleaned up, but when they tested the swabs, they all came back negative for human blood. But the digital evidence, that was painting a very different picture. They looked at Matthew's internet search history. Those searches for Stephanie's obituary, starting just 3 days after she disappeared. The search about a body being found by a construction crew, done before anyone publicly knew about the discovery. They looked at surveillance video from the apartment complex. It showed both Matthew and Stephanie leaving on the morning of August 23rd. It showed Matthew returning with her water bottle and purse. It showed him in the mailroom the day after Stephanie was last seen. On September 17th, still in possession of lots of Stephanie's belongings. Her purse, her water bottle, her prescription medications. They interviewed Matthew on September 17th. Before detectives even told him why they were questioning him. Matthew said something odd. He said, and I quote, "Do you think I cut up a body in there or something?" Nobody had mentioned anything about a body being cut up. Nobody had even told him yet that they'd found Stephanie's remains. When they finally asked him about Stephanie, Matthew told them he hadn't seen her in weeks, that he had a bad feeling about her. He claimed she was threatening suicide all the time, that it really got to him. He talked about her being suicidal, about her history of mental health issues. Then he said something else that stuck with investigators. He mentioned her purse and water bottle before anyone had asked him about them. So that purse, and water bottle ain't shit, okay? It's not going to prove anything. It's not going to prove or disprove anything. As investigators dug deeper, they found Stephanie's journals. They found the medical records showing injuries. They found deleted messages and search histories that told a story of control and violence. They found evidence that Matthew had been planning to leave, to go to the Philippines, to start over with one of the women he'd been talking to online. But his injury had complicated those plans. And Stephanie, the woman he'd been with for 20 years, the mother of his child, she was in the way. Prosecutors would later argue that Stephanie had told Matthew she wanted to leave him, that she'd finally had enough, and Matthew, they said, couldn't let that happen, couldn't let her walk away. They theorized that sometime during those gaps in the timeline on August 23rd, during those minutes before his appointment or after it, Matthew strangled Stephanie with the strap of her own purse, that he killed her and drove her body to those woods near the clinic, that he left her there, hidden in the brush, and went on with his life, coming home with her belongings, searching for her obituary, sending messages from her Facebook account, pretending she was still alive. There was even a scalpel found near where Stephanie's body was discovered. Prosecutors suggested Matthew had placed it there trying to make it look like she'd hurt herself, like she'd taken her own life. But Stephanie's mother knew better. Even when the medical examiner called and said they couldn't determine how Stephanie died, Georgianne Pavlons wasn't worried. She called the detective and he told her, "No, we've got plenty." More than 3 years after Stephanie disappeared, Matthew Paul finally went on trial. It was October of 2025. The prosecution had to make a case without being able to tell the jury definitively how Stephanie died. It was all circumstantial. Timeline, digital evidence, surveillance footage. Those haunting journal entries. The former district attorney, Susan Opper, stood before the jury and showed them two photographs. One of Stephanie smiling in life. One of her remains as they were found in the woods. Skeletal, barely recognizable as having once been human. She told the jury about Matthew's timeline. About those gaps on August 23rd. About his searches before anyone knew Stephanie was dead. About him never reporting her missing. About the messages sent from her Facebook account after she was gone. About him referring to her as just an employee while he made plans with other women. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence we will present to you is a timeline of his activities between August 23rd and September 9th of 2022, Alper said. And you're going to see from that timeline that we have painted him into such a very small corner. The only reasonable conclusion you can reach is that he's guilty of killing Stephanie Pavlons in an intentional act. Matthew's defense attorneys argued that no one could say with certainty how Stephanie died. They pointed to her history of mental health struggles, to previous suicide attempts, to her documented depression. They suggested she'd left a note and gone into the woods on her own. Just because she wasn't able to determine a medical cause of death doesn't mean you can't reach a conclusion that the defendant caused Stephanie Pavlon's death. The prosecutor told the jury Stephanie's mother took the stand. She talked about the relationship, about her fears for her daughter, about how Matthew wasn't welcome in their home. Detectives testified about the journal entries, about the photos of injuries, about the blown eardrum, about an incident in August of 2022, just weeks before Stephanie died, when she came into the apartment with wet pants and Matthew sent her a degrading text about the wet seat. Prosecutors suggested the loss of bladder control was a result of strangulation. Their daughter Layla, the adult child that Matthew and Stephanie had raised together, had a statement read in court. "You took an innocent woman's life. I hope you rot in jail." After 8 days of testimony, the case went to the jury. And do you know how long they deliberated? Less than 1 hour, 59 minutes to look at all that evidence and reach a conclusion. Guilty. First-degree intentional homicide. Hiding a corpse. Matthew sat there stoically as the verdict was read. He showed no emotion. On November 11th, 2025, Matthew Peel stood before Judge Ralph Ramirez for sentencing. And Matthew, he declared his innocence, said it was a sham trial, that he was the only victim here. The prosecutor read Layla's statement again. The judge listened to arguments about Matthew's history, about his actions, about what he'd done, and then Judge Ramirez spoke. He noted that the jury had taken less than an hour to convict. In my 40-plus years of legal experience, to my recollection, this is the fastest verdict that I can recall. He looked at Matthew and said something that stuck with everyone in that courtroom. "Mr. Pell, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but the things I see about you, you're the center of the universe." The sentence, life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 7.5 more years for hiding Stephanie's body. Matthew was also ordered to pay more than $8,000 to cover Stephanie's funeral costs. Life without parole. At 57 years old, Matthew Paul would spend the rest of his life behind bars. You know, the thing that gets me about this case is how long it went on. 20 years. 20 years of an on-again, off-again relationship. 20 years of what Stephanie documented in her journals as abuse. 20 years of her family knowing something was wrong but not being able to pull her out of it. How many times did Stephanie think about leaving? How many times did she try? We know she documented the abuse. We know she told people she felt trapped. We know she was planning something that Matthew's online relationships and plans to move might have finally given her an opening to get out. But she never got that chance. Her body was left in the woods for 17 days, hidden, alone, while Matthew went on with his life, while he searched for her obituary, while he pretended she just walked away. The medical examiner couldn't determine exactly how she died. The defense used that uncertainty to argue reasonable doubt. But the jury saw through it. They looked at everything Matthew did, everything he didn't do, and they reached their verdict in less than an hour. Sometimes In cases like this, I think about the little details that give someone away. Matthew searching for Stephanie's obituary 3 days after she died. Matthew searching about bodies found by construction crews before the news broke. Matthew never once calling her family to ask if they'd heard from her. Matthew saying unprompted, "Do you think I cut up a body in there?" Those little things. They add up, they paint a picture. And in the end, Stephanie's own words, written in those journals, told the story she couldn't tell anymore. About the depression, the abuse, the fear, the feeling of being trapped. About thinking he liked to do it. 20 years is a long time to be with someone. To share a life. To have a child together. And for all those years, Stephanie stayed. Until finally, in the summer of 2022, she tried to leave. Or maybe she told him she wanted to leave. Or maybe he just decided he was done with her, ready to move on to his new life. We'll never know exactly what was said on that August morning. We'll never know precisely what happened during those gaps in the timeline. But we know Stephanie got into that truck with her pink water bottle and black purse. And we know she never came home. Her mother's text sent 2 days later, "There's a package waiting for you." No response. Because she couldn't answer. She was already gone. So that's Stephanie's story. A woman who lived 44 years, who had a daughter, who kept journals that documented her pain, who worked without a paycheck for a man who called her his employee to other women, who didn't even have a key to her own home. A woman whose body was found by construction workers, barely recognizable, hidden in the woods for more than 2 weeks while the man she'd spent 20 years with searched online to see if anyone had found her yet. It took 3 years, but justice finally came. Matthew Pale will spend the rest of his life in prison. He'll never get the fresh start he was planning in the Philippines. He'll never see freedom again. And Stephanie, she's at rest now. Her story's been told. Her journals, her final testimony, helped convict the man who took her life. Sometimes the most dangerous place for a person is in a relationship with someone they love, someone they've known for decades, someone who's the father of their child. We like to think we'd see the signs, that we'd leave, that we'd never let it get that bad. But Stephanie's story reminds us it's not always that simple. If you're listening to this and you're in a relationship that doesn't feel safe, please reach out to family, to friends, to a domestic violence hotline. Stephanie documented everything. She knew something was wrong, but documentation wasn't enough to save her. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-7233. That's 1-800-799-SAFE. They're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You don't have to give your name, you can just talk. Rest well, Stephanie Pavlons. Your story mattered. You mattered. And to everyone listening tonight, I hope you found some peace in this story. Difficult as it was, sometimes we need to hear these things. To remember that behind every true crime case is a real person. With a real life, someone's daughter. Someone's mother. Someone who deserved so much better than she got. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight, I want to tell you a story. It's one of those stories that stays with you, not because of the horror, but because of the tragedy wrapped inside it. The kind that makes you think about the fragility of trust, the weight of family bonds, and how quickly everything can unravel. This is the story of Tammy King, a 61-year-old grandmother in Backcliff, Texas. A woman who opened her home to those she loved. A woman who tried to set boundaries, who worked to protect what little stability she had left. And a woman whose kindness ultimately would cost her everything. Take a deep breath, and let me walk you through what happened in that quiet coastal town in February of 2025. Backcliff is one of those small Texas towns you might drive through without really noticing. It sits along the Gulf Coast, about 30 minutes south of Houston, nestled in Galveston County. The kind of place where people know their neighbors, where the air smells like salt water, and where life moves at a slower pace than the city just up the highway. Tammy King lived on 15th Street, in a modest home that held the accumulated memories of a lifetime. She was a woman who had raised children, who had been married, who had lost her husband, and still kept his things in ammunition boxes marked with his initials. The kind of small details that tell you someone never really stopped grieving. But Tammy wasn't alone in that house. She was raising her granddaughter, Tara, 17 years old, still in high school, at Dickinson High. Neighbors said Tammy had taken on the responsibility of raising Tara. When the girl was young, she'd stepped in when she needed to, the way grandmothers often do, providing stability when life had gotten complicated. And for a while that seemed to work. Tammy set rules. She expected Tara to go to school. She kept guns and safes in her bedroom, valuables locked away. She had boundaries. The boundaries, as we know, can become battlegrounds. Uriah Urich was 18 years old when he entered Tara King's life. He wasn't a stranger to struggle. According to his own mother, Uriah dealt with anxiety, depression, a history of self-harm. He threatened his stepfather. He'd been physically abusive to his younger siblings. His family was afraid of him. His stepfather would later tell investigators he believed Uriah was capable of murder, citing what he called violent tendencies. It's hard to know when exactly Uriah started spending significant time at Tammy's house. What we do know is that he wasn't supposed to be there overnight. Tammy had made that rule clear. She didn't approve of the relationship. She didn't want this troubled young man sleeping under her roof, in her granddaughter's bedroom. But rules, especially when you're young and convinced you're in love, can feel like prison bars, and so Uriah found a way around them. He started hiding under Tara's bed, mostly, staying out of sight when Tammy was home, living like a shadow in a house where he wasn't welcome. You can imagine the tension that must have filled those rooms. The arguments, the frustration on both sides. Tammy trying to protect her granddaughter, trying to maintain some order. Tara, 17 and angry, feeling control. And Uriah feeling rejected, unwanted, trapped in a situation where he had no real place. Uriah's mother would later tell police that Tara had said disturbing things, that she wanted her grandmother to die, that she hated Tammy. And Tammy, for her part, had a boyfriend of her own, a man who visited regularly. He would later describe the arguments between Tammy and Tara, particularly about school, about Tara not wanting to go, about the same fights that happen in households everywhere. Except these fights were different. These fights were building towards something darker. Here's where the story takes a turn that's harder to hear, even as we keep our voices soft and steady. Because what came next wasn't a moment of passion. It wasn't a sudden explosion of anger. It was calculated, methodical, cold. Starting in late January of 2025, Uriah and Tara began exchanging messages. Text messages. Instagram messages. And in those messages, they weren't just venting frustration or making idle threats. They were planning. The messages detailed a progression. First, they talked about robbery, about the things Tammy kept in her house. Antique coins, cash, methamphetamine, which Tammy apparently kept, firearms. Lots of firearms locked away in safes that both Uriah and Tara knew how to access. They made lists, they strategized. Then the conversations turned darker. They discussed kidnapping, they discussed killing. And these weren't hypothetical discussions. They were specific. They talked about which ammunition would work best. One message mentioned that 5.56 rounds would shred through skin. They set times. Killer at 4, one message said. Another read simply, "We ride at dawn." The prosecution would later describe this as a clear progression from fantasy to planning to action. And what's chilling is how they framed it to their friends. They told people that Tammy was abusive, that she used cocaine, that she was the problem. They painted themselves as victims, trapped and desperate, when in reality they were architects of what was coming. By early February, the plan was set. They knew what they were going to do. They knew when. And they were just waiting for the right moment. Wednesday, February 5th, 2025 started like many days probably did. In that house. Tammy's boyfriend had been there the night before. On Tuesday evening, he'd left sometime that night. The next morning, Wednesday, he spoke to Tammy on the phone. She mentioned, as she often did, that she and Tara had been arguing. This time it was about school again. Tara didn't want to go. That phone call would be the last time he heard Tammy's voice. What happened in the early morning hours of February 5th remains, in some ways, known only to those who were there. But here's what investigators pieced together. Sometime in those dark hours before dawn, Tammy King was shot once in the head. The medical examiner would later determine she died from a gunshot wound to the left side of her head. After she was killed, someone covered her body with blankets, sheets piled on top of her, as if hiding what had been done. She was found naked, though whether that detail holds significance or was simply how she'd been sleeping, we don't know. The house was ransacked. Tammy's purse was emptied onto the living room floor. The gun safes in her bedroom were opened. Firearms were taken. Ammunition boxes, those same ones marked with her late husband's initials, were rifled through. And then there were the digital transactions. Starting that morning, someone began transferring money from Tammy's bank account. 5 Cash App transactions went through, each for $500, moving money from Tammy's account to Tara's. 2 larger attempts were made, one for $5,000, another for $20,000. Those failed. But the message was clear. This wasn't just about anger. It was about money, about freedom, about starting a new life. By the time the sun rose on February 5th, Tammy King was dead, and Uriah and Tara were already gone. When you're 18 and 17 and you've just committed murder, where do you go? Uriah and Tara didn't have a perfect plan, but they had money now. They had guns. And they had each other. By midday on Wednesday, they were already reaching out to people on Instagram, asking for rides, offering money. Tara contacted one person asking for a ride to Wyoming, offering $300. She mentioned that Uriah had guns that were sentimental to him, and asked if they could be stored in the trunk. That person couldn't help, but he knew someone who could. Around 12:28 in the afternoon, Uriah called another man, gave him an address in Backcliff, Tammy's address. When this friend arrived, Uriah and Tara loaded 2 assault rifle-style bags into his trunk. Then they directed him to drive them to an address in Pearland, about 30 miles away. There they met another person and switched vehicles. Over the next few days, Uriah and Tara moved from place to place. They paid a friend $500 to stay at his apartment in League City for a couple of nights. This friend would later tell police they seemed very paranoid. They did something else while they were there. They cut and dyed their hair. When police searched the apartment later, they found 3 boxes of hair dye. 2 teenagers trying desperately to change their appearance, to become someone else. During this time, Tara was still messaging friends on Instagram. She told one friend she'd run away, that she'd miss her. She painted her grandmother as abusive. Said she used cocaine, made it sound like she was fleeing a dangerous situation. But when that friend sent her a screenshot of the Galveston County Sheriff's Office post identifying her as a person of interest in a murder, and asked directly, "Did you kill her?" Tara's response was telling. She wrote, "Do not say anything, I'm begging you." But she never answered the question. Another woman called police and said Tara had admitted something to a friend, that she and Uriah had killed Tammy King, that they'd been angry at her, that they were high on methamphetamine when they did it, that they'd stolen money and guns. By this point, the Galveston County Sheriff's Office had issued a public appeal. They were looking for 2 persons of interest. Photos of Uriah and Tara were shared widely. A manhunt had begun. The teens tried to sell the guns. They tried to arrange rides further north, to Illinois, to Idaho, anywhere far from Texas. But their options were running out, and so they made one last desperate move. They found someone willing to drive them, a man named Travis Wayne Hodge. He was, according to testimony, their drug dealer. They offered him $1,000 to take them to Laredo, all the way down on the Mexican border. Hodge agreed. And during that long drive south, Uriah said something that would haunt the courtroom months later. He told Hodge he couldn't get the smell of burning flesh out of his nose. Whether this was literally true or some kind of psychological manifestation, we don't know. But it's a detail that speaks to the weight of what he'd done. When they reached Laredo, more than 300 miles from Backcliff, Hodge dropped them off at the Bethany House homeless shelter. He also took their guns, 2 of them, and later stored them in a Backcliff storage unit. One of those guns would match the ballistics of the weapon used to kill Tammy King. Back in Backcliff, Tammy's absence hadn't gone unnoticed. Her boyfriend, the man who'd spoken to her Wednesday morning, couldn't reach her. He tried calling, no answer. He grew worried. On Thursday, February 6th, he contacted the Galveston County Sheriff's Office and asked them to do a welfare check. When deputies arrived at Tammy's home on 15th Street, they found the doors and windows barricaded. Mattresses had been pushed against a window. A dryer blocked the back door. It was as if someone had tried to buy themselves time, to delay discovery. The boyfriend forced entry. Inside, he found Tammy in her bedroom, dead, covered in blankets, shot in the head. The house was in chaos. Guns were missing. Her purse had been dumped out. The Galveston County Major Crimes Unit was called. Crime scene investigators came. And very quickly, they realized this wasn't a random break-in. This was personal. And the 2 people most likely responsible were missing. Tara King, 17 years old, and Uriah Urich, 18. By Friday, February 7th, the sheriff's office had named them as persons of interest. Uriah's mother was interviewed. She showed detectives his bank account, which revealed Cash App transactions with Tara on the day of the murder. She told them she believed her son was capable of murder. She told them Tara hated Tammy because the older woman wouldn't let Uriah stay overnight. The search intensified. And on Sunday, February 9th, the U.S. Marshals Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force located them. They were at a Dollar General store in the Laredo. 3 days after the murder, hundreds of miles from home. When Uriah and Tara were arrested, they were carrying roughly $5,400 in cash. They had antique coins. They had been trying to disappear. But you can't outrun what you've done. Uriah and Tara were extradited back to Galveston County. They were both charged with capital murder. In Texas, capital murder is the most serious charge you can face. It means murder committed during another felony. In this case, robbery, and it carries only 1 sentence: life in prison without the possibility of parole. The trial for Uriah Urich took place in November of 2025. It lasted 5 days. 9 women and 3 men sat on the jury, and they heard everything. The text messages, the Instagram posts, the testimony from friends who'd been asked for rides, from Travis Hodge, who drove them to Laredo, from investigators who'd pieced together every digital breadcrumb. The defense tried to argue that Uriah's involvement didn't amount to capital murder. His attorney, Bill Agnew, said that Uriah and Tara were 2 naive, drug-influenced teenagers chasing independence, not money. He argued that while Uriah had access to Tammy's home and safes, that access wasn't part of a robbery, that it was familiar, long-standing, but the prosecution presented those messages. "We ride at dawn, killer at 4, 5.56 shred through skin." And the message Uriah sent after it was done: "This is the start of the rest of our lives." They presented the evidence of the stolen firearms, the cash, the antique coins. They showed the Cash App transactions. They played recordings. They built a timeline that was impossible to ignore. After deliberating for about 3.5 hours, the jury returned with a verdict: guilty. Guilty of capital murder. Uriah Urich showed little reaction when the verdict was read. He was 18 years old, and he'd just been sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison. No possibility of parole. He will die behind bars. Galveston County Sheriff Jimmy Fullen spoke after the verdict. He said justice has been served for Tammy King and her loved ones. As for Tara King, she was 17 at the time of the murder. She remains in custody, awaiting her own trial. She faces the same charge, the same potential outcome, and one day she too will face a jury that will decide whether justice means the same for her as it did for Uriah. Let's take a moment here. Let's breathe. Because stories like this, they're heavy. They sit with you. And even as we tell them in quiet voices designed to help you drift off to sleep, the weight of them remains. Tammy King was 61 years old. She'd raised children. She'd lost a husband. She'd taken on the responsibility of raising her granddaughter when that girl needed stability. She set boundaries because she was trying to protect her home, her granddaughter, her life, and those boundaries, instead of being respected, became reasons for resentment. It's easy to look at Uriah Ririk and see a troubled young man, someone with mental health struggles, with a history of violence, with a family that was scared of him. It's easy to see Tara King as a teenager who felt trapped, who felt controlled, who maybe didn't fully understand the enormity of what she was planning until it was too late. But the messages tell a different story. They tell a story of premeditation, of calculation, of two people who for weeks talked about murder as if it were an adventure. The methamphetamine use certainly played a role. Drugs have a way of stripping away inhibition, of making terrible ideas seem possible. But the planning started before any drugs were involved. The messages were sent while sober. The choice was made long before that trigger was pulled. And so we're left with questions that don't have easy answers. How does a granddaughter come to hate the woman raising her so much that murder becomes an option? How does an 18-year-old boy convince himself that killing is the path to freedom? How do two teenagers who should have been worried about homework and prom and what comes after graduation end up planning a murder instead? There are no satisfying answers, just the terrible reality that it happened. That Tammy King died alone, in her own home, killed by people she trusted. That her body was found days later, covered in blankets, while the people who killed her were hundreds of miles away, trying to start a new life with her money and her guns. And so that's the story. The murder of Tammy King in Backcliff, Texas. A grandmother who set boundaries. A granddaughter who resented them. A boyfriend who had nowhere else to go. And a series of choices that ended in tragedy. Uriah Ririk will spend his life in prison. Tara King will likely join him there. And Tammy King is gone, remembered now not just for the life she lived, but for the way it ended. As you close your eyes tonight, as you let yourself drift, remember that most of the time, the world is safer than stories like this make it seem. Most families navigate conflict without violence. Most teenagers, even angry ones, don't plan murders. Most people, when faced with frustration and limitation, find other ways through. But every once in a while, something breaks. A person who seemed troubled becomes dangerous. A relationship that seemed difficult becomes deadly. And we're left trying to understand how it happened, knowing that understanding won't bring anyone back. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight I want to tell you about a story that's been on my mind. It's one of those cases that stays with you, not just because of what happened, but because of what it represents. A young mother's hope, a community's determination, and ultimately the dark reality that sometimes people we once trusted can become the very thing we fear. This is the story of Roa Sial Bananan, but her friends called her Lulu. Take a deep breath. Let's begin. Picture Lakewood, Ohio in the fall of 2016. It's a quiet Cleveland suburb. The kind of place where neighbors wave to each other, where the leaves turn brilliant shades of orange and red in October. The air gets crisp. People walk their dogs in the evening. Children play in the parks. For Roa, this place represented everything she'd been searching for. Safety, freedom, the chance to build a life on her own terms. You see, Roa hadn't always lived in Ohio. She was born in Iraq, in a country that had been torn apart by war and violence for years. When she was younger, she'd fled that chaos as a refugee, arriving in the United States about 3 years before this story takes place. First California, then Ohio. She was 25 years old, though some records show her as 24. Small and slender, standing around 5'4", with brown hair and brown eyes that her coworkers said were always warm, always kind. At Aladdin's restaurant in Lakewood, where she worked as a cook, everyone loved her. Her boss, Danielle Krasnecki, would later remember how Roa had this incredible love of life, how she'd light up talking about her little boy, her 3-year-old son who was her entire world. Roa used to tell her coworkers that life in Iraq had been so hard, so dangerous. She was grateful every single day for the chance to start over. And in September of 2016, Roa took a big step toward that fresh start. She finalized her divorce from her husband Fahad Saeed. The divorce wasn't just paperwork to her. It was freedom. Her friends noticed the change immediately. Roa seemed lighter, happier than they'd ever seen her. She was excited about building a new life with her son. Just the two of them. She had sole custody. She had her job at Aladdin's. She had her little apartment on Edgewater Drive. For the first time in a long time, Roa felt safe. But not everyone was happy about her newfound independence. October 16th, 2016, was a Sunday, a regular autumn day in Lakewood. Roa was at her apartment on Edgewater Drive, going about her normal routine. She had work coming up. She had her son to care for. Life was ordinary in the best possible way. Somewhere during that day, Fahad Saeed, her ex-husband, came to visit. This wasn't entirely unusual. Despite the divorce, despite the protection order Roa had obtained against him back in 2015, Fahad had been finding ways to stay in contact with her and their son. The law said he needed to keep his distance, but laws are only effective when they're followed, and Fahad wasn't following them. No one knows exactly what happened in that apartment. No neighbors reported hearing screams or sounds of a struggle. No one saw anything suspicious. But at some point during that visit, something went terribly, irreversibly wrong. By the time the sun set on October 16th, Roa Saldanoon was gone. But here's the thing about disappearances. Sometimes it takes a while before anyone realizes someone's actually missing. At first it's just, oh, maybe she's running late, maybe she's not feeling well, maybe she'll call soon. 3 days passed. October 17th, October 18th, October 19th. Roa didn't show up for work at Aladdin's. That was strange. She never missed work. She loved her job, loved the family atmosphere there. Her coworkers tried calling. No answer. Her phone went straight to voicemail or rang endlessly with no one picking up. More concerning than the missed shifts was her son. Roby would never ever leave her little boy. Every single person who knew her said the same thing. She lived for that child. She'd escaped a war-torn country, crossed an ocean, built a life from nothing, all for him. The idea that she would voluntarily abandon him was incomprehensible. On October 19th, 3 days after she was last seen, friends and family members reported Roa missing to the Lakewood Police Department. When the police started looking into Roa's disappearance, certain facts emerged quickly. Her bank accounts showed no activity after October 16th. No withdrawals, no purchases, nothing. Her car was still parked near her apartment. Her belongings were still in her home. She hadn't packed a bag or taken anything with her. And then there was Fahad. Fahad Mohammed Saeed was 27 years old at the time. He'd come to America with Roa as a refugee from Iraq, and they'd married and had their son together, but the relationship had been troubled. Rocky, people said, marked by frequent fights and tension. When the police spoke to Fahad in late October, just days after Roa was reported missing, he had an interesting theory about where his ex-wife might be. He told investigators, told the news cameras, that he believed Roa had fled back to Iraq, that maybe she'd decided to return to her home country. It was a convenient explanation. Iraq was far away. If she'd really gone there, it would be nearly impossible to verify, at least quickly, and it might explain why she'd seemingly vanished without a trace. But the police weren't buying it. For one thing, Roa had worked hard to build her life in America. Everyone who knew her said she loved being here, that she felt safe here in a way she never had in Iraq. Why would she give that up? Why would she leave behind her son, especially since she had sole custody and was finally free from a troubled marriage? For another thing, there was no evidence she'd left the country. No airline tickets, no passport activity, nothing. And then there was the protection order. Back in 2015, Roa had gone to court and obtained a protective order against Fahad. The details of what prompted that weren't made fully public, but it told investigators something important. Roa had been afraid of her ex-husband, afraid enough to seek legal protection, and despite that order, Fahad had been in contact with her 2 months before her disappearance in August. He'd violated the protection order by breaking into her apartment. According to prosecutors, he taunted her, verbally abused her, made her feel unsafe in her own home. When Roa went missing in October, police arrested Fahad for violating the protection order again. He'd been in contact with both Roa and their son when he wasn't supposed to be. In February of 2017, a judge sentenced him to 180 days in jail for that violation. So, as the investigation into Roa's disappearance continued through late 2016 and into 2017, Fahad Saeed sat in the Cuyahoga County Jail, serving his time for a violation of a court order. And still, no one could find Roa. The Lakewood Police Department didn't give up. Neither did Roa's friends, her co-workers, her family. They distributed flyers with her photo. They contacted local news stations. The FBI got involved, helping to coordinate the search and offering resources. They focused on areas Roa might have gone. She and her family had connections in Detroit and Dearborn, Michigan, where there was a large Iraqi community. The FBI reached out to contacts there, asking if anyone had seen her or heard from her. They searched the Cleveland metro parks, following up on tips and leads. Every call that came in, no matter how small, was investigated. The authorities announced a monetary reward for information about Roa's whereabouts. Chief Tim Malley of the Lakewood Police described her disappearance as suspicious. Out of character. Those were the words he used. Out of character. Winter came and went. The new year arrived, 2017. Spring began to warm the Ohio landscape. The case remained open, but with each passing week, the likelihood of finding Roa alive diminished. And then, in early May of 2017, something changed. Someone came forward with information. The details of who this person was and what exactly they told police haven't been fully disclosed, but investigators later indicated it was a tipster from inside the jail, where Fahad Saeed was being held. Someone who had information about where Roa might be found, and apparently Fahad had been worried. Worried about a rainstorm. Worried that heavy rain might wash away dirt and expose something he didn't want exposed. He'd drawn a map, asked someone to check on a location for him. That map led investigators to a wooded area in Brooklyn, Ohio, a Cleveland suburb. Specifically to a spot behind an apartment building on Memphis Avenue, right across the street from a small amusement park called Memphis Kiddie Park, the kind of place where children ride on painted horses that go round and round on a carousel. On Monday, May 15th, 2017, members of the Lakewood Police Department, the FBI, the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Office, and the Ohio Search and Recovery K-9 team converged on that location. They focused their search near Big Creek, where the land dips down into a ravine, where the trees grow thick and the underbrush is dense. The search dogs led them to a specific spot. The team began to dig, and they found a container, buried in the ground, hidden beneath dirt and leaves, and the accumulated debris of 7 months. Inside that container were human remains. The Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office took custody of the remains. After so much time buried in the elements, visual identification would be nearly impossible. But fingerprints are remarkably durable. The ridges and whorls on our fingertips can survive conditions that destroy almost everything else about us. The medical examiner compared the fingerprints from the remains to Roa's on the nun's records. They matched. Roa had been found. Not in Iraq, not in Michigan. Not somewhere far away where she'd chosen to start a new life. She'd been less than 5 miles from her apartment this entire time. Buried in a wooded area, hidden away, while her friends searched and her co-workers prayed. And her little boy waited for a mother who would never come home. The medical examiner ruled her death a homicide. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. On Thursday, May 18th, 2017, 3 days after Roa's body was discovered, the Cuyahoga County Grand Jury handed down a 15-count indictment against Fahad Saeed. The charges were extensive. 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, felonious assault, aggravated burglary, violation of a protection order, gross abuse of a corpse, 2 counts of theft, each charge representing a different aspect of what prosecutors believed had happened to Roa. The Cuyahoga County prosecutor, the Lakewood Police, and the FBI held a press conference. They stood before the cameras and the reporters and announced that Fahad Mohammed Saeed, age 27, had been charged with killing his ex-wife. Michael O'Malley, the Cuyahoga County prosecutor, spoke to the media. His words were careful, measured. He said, quote, "This case did not end as we all had hoped." It was an understatement, of course. Everyone had hoped Roga would be found alive, that she'd turn up somewhere, safe, with some reasonable explanation for her absence. But hope doesn't always align with reality, and Fahad was already in jail for violating the protection order, so transferring him to face murder charges was straightforward. He was brought in for questioning after Roa's body was discovered, and something interesting happened during that interrogation. Fahad broke down. According to investigators, he confessed. He admitted to killing Ro. The details that emerged from the investigation painted a disturbing picture. Prosecutors said that Fahad had visited Roa on October 16th. At some point, he'd attacked her. He strangled her. Then he placed her body in a duffel bag. Here's where the story gets even darker. Fahad took their 3-year-old son with him. This little boy, who had just lost his mother, was with his father as Fahad drove to that wooded area in Brooklyn and buried Ro's body. The child was there, possibly watching, possibly confused, as his father dug into the earth and hid away his mother. Later, FBI agents interviewed the boy. Children, that young, can be difficult to interview. They don't always understand what adults are asking. They describe things in their own way, with their own words. When agents asked the little boy about his mother, he said something that broke the investigators' hearts. He said, "Daddy put mommy in the pickies near the horses." Pickies, pictures, maybe, or possibly the child's way of saying something else entirely. But near the horses, that part made sense. Memphis Kiddie Park had a carousel with painted horses. The boy had been there. He'd seen where his mother was hidden, but that wasn't the end of Fahad's actions that night. Investigators discovered that on the evening of October 16th, Fahad and a friend of his, a man named Amar Sami, had gone to a Walmart. Security cameras caught them. They purchased shovels. Later, Fahad apparently took his son to a Home Depot and bought a small hand-digging tool. These weren't random purchases. They were part of the cover-up, part of the effort to keep Roa hidden, to make sure she stayed buried in that wooded area where no one would think to look. Amar Sami, the friend who'd helped Fahad buy those shovels, initially lied to investigators. He told police he didn't know Fahad, that he hadn't spoken to him on October 16th, but the evidence contradicted his story. Eventually, Amar pleaded guilty to obstructing justice. He was sentenced to 18 years in prison for his role in the cover-up. With Roga's body recovered and Fahad's confession in hand, the case moved toward prosecution. The charges against Fahad were serious. Aggravated murder. In Ohio, can carry a life sentence, without the possibility of parole. It can even in certain circumstances result in the death penalty. But somewhere in the legal process, a deal was struck. Fahad's attorneys and the prosecutors negotiated. In exchange for Fahad pleading guilty to lesser charges, the prosecution agreed not to pursue the aggravated murder charge. Fahad pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and burglary. In January of 2018, more than a year after Roa's disappearance, Fahad Saeed stood before a judge for sentencing. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison, 25 years for taking a young mother away from her son, for ending the life of a woman who had survived war, who had crossed an ocean seeking safety, who had finally found the courage to leave a troubled relationship and build something new. 25 years. He'll be in his 50s when he's released, assuming he serves his full sentence. Fahad is currently incarcerated at Mansfield Correctional Institution in Ohio. After he completes his sentence, there's a possibility he could face deportation back to Iraq. Immigration and Customs Enforcement took an interest in the case, given that both Fahad and Roa had come to the United States as refugees and were in the process of obtaining permanent residency when all of this happened. Sometimes, when we talk about true crime, we focus so much on the investigation, on the evidence, on the arrest and the trial, that we forget to think about the person at the center of it all, the victim. The one whose life was cut short. So let's remember Roe for a moment. Her co-workers at Aladdin's restaurant remembered her as someone with a huge heart, someone who loved to come to work because she felt like she'd found a family there. She was excited about her life. After the divorce, her boss Danielle said Roe was the happiest she'd ever been. That happiness came from finally having control over her own life, from knowing she could raise her son in safety, from not having to look over her shoulder, not having to wonder when the next fight would start. She'd escaped a war zone only to find danger in her own home. Her son, that little 3-year-old boy, is the one who lost the most. He lost his mother when he was barely old enough to form lasting memories of her. His father is in prison, likely for most of his childhood and adolescence. The boy is safe now, in protective custody, with family members working to give him the stable life his mother wanted for him. But nothing can replace what was taken from him. Roe's case isn't unique. That's perhaps the saddest part of this story. Domestic violence, particularly violence against women by current or former partners, is devastatingly common. Protection orders, like the one Rosa had obtained, are important tools, but they're just pieces of papers. They can't physically prevent someone from showing up at your door if that person has decided the law doesn't apply to them. Fahad violated his protection order multiple times. He broke into Roa's apartment 2 months before he killed her. He was sentenced to jail time for violating the order. But by then, the damage was done. What could have been done differently? That's a question that haunts cases like this. More police patrols, better enforcement of protection orders, more resources for people trying to escape abusive relationships. There are no easy answers. But one thing is clear. Roe tried to do everything right. She left the relationship. She got a protection order. She had sole custody of her son. She was building a new life, and it still wasn't enough to keep her safe. In the days after Roa's body was found and Fada was charged, the community of Lakewood came together. Her co-workers at Aladdin's gathered to remember her. They prayed for her soul. They prayed for her son. They leaned on each other through their grief. They remembered a woman they called Lulu, a woman who loved life, who loved her child, who wanted nothing more than to be safe and happy. The investigation involved dozens of people. The Lakewood Police Department, the FBI's Violent Crime Squad, the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Office, the Metropolitan Parks Rangers, the County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, and the Ohio Search and Recovery Canines. All of these agencies worked together, following leads, processing evidence, searching the woods, interviewing witnesses. Chief Tim Melly of the Lakewood Police said his department and their partner agencies worked through many tips and leads to pursue the indictment. While continuing to try to find Roe, they did find her, but not in time. Not in the way anyone wanted. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about the people who fight for justice when someone can't fight for themselves anymore. Think about the investigators who spent months searching, who didn't give up even when leads went cold, who finally brought Roa home to her family. Think about the friends who knew something was wrong, who reported her missing, who kept her memory alive. And think about Roa herself, a young woman from Iraq who dreamed of safety, who found moments of happiness, who loved her son with everything she had. Her life mattered. Her story matters. The circumstances of her death are tragic, but the fact that she lived, that she loved, that she tried to build something better for herself and her child, that's what we should remember. Rest well, Roe. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care.